Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowski. Welcome to my studio, and once again, we're going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today, we're going to be looking at, once again, the work of Georgia O'Keeffe, this time painting the painting The White Flower, or White Trumpet Flower, from 1932. This is also another gorgeous painting by her. We just last week painted a painting by her, the Jimson Weed. This one here, and just so you can see how things turned out, I'll just show you them side by side. Looks a little different. Okay. So that's how last week's painting turned out. And we're going to attempt to do a different painting today. Pretty happy with the way that turned out. The one that we're going to recreate is this one here. And similar, obviously different composition, different orientation, from portrait to landscape. But, are you ready for this? Also, just before we go on, I just wanted to give some condolences to my camera that's been up above here filming every single one of these episodes, all 345 painting episodes, 468 drawing episodes, and last week, literally as soon as the episode ended, this camera bit the dust. I'm going to see if I can send it to get repaired. But in the meantime, I had to go out and shell out $1,000 to get a new camera up above there. So, thank you very much, my friend. You've been very helpful. And okay, so let's just look at a couple things before we get started with this episode. Let's take a look at the scale of difficulty. I think just like last week's episode, I would categorize this as an intermediate painting. I'd like to say it's a little bit easier than the other one, but I think they're probably a little bit the same. I think maybe 5% easier than the previous painting. And again, intermediate means, ideally you've had a little bit of experience painting, ideally with a little bit of experience painting with me, and you're feeling a little bit more comfortable doing some of the more advanced techniques like using glazing fluid to do some basic glazing techniques. So let's look at the plan for the episode today. We're going to talk about the materials required briefly. We'll do the image transfer and stain the canvas with a little bit of color. We'll talk briefly about Georgia O'Keeffe's biography. Again, I spoke for about an hour and a half in the previous episode about her life. I think there's a few things, loose ends I want to tie up and show a couple videos. And then we'll get right into it. And I think we'll probably skip over underpainting and go right to background. I'm thinking probably about 4 hours to wrap this one up. Ideally, I'd go faster, but every time I give an estimate, you can pretty much double it. So just before we begin, hit the like button, subscribe, notification bell. That lets you know when upcoming episodes are taking place. I'm probably going to be moving from Tuesday to Mondays, like today, for the foreseeable future until the beginning of the new year. So, just because of my upcoming teaching schedule in the fall. So, also, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, such as $1 through PayPal, $5 the price of a cup of coffee, that helps support the channel and helps me pay off the camera that I just bought. So also, if you can use send an e-transfer or a check in the mail, a physical check, if you want the address, just contact me through my email, which is on the website, and the Facebook group. Those links are down there below. You can use the YouTube Super Chat, but they take a sizable percentage, I think about 40% of what you donate. So, of course, I'm happy to receive any donations, but I'm not sure YouTube needs any more assistance than the billions it already collects. And there in the chat, there's Logan says, "Hi, Mike," and Sandra Alvarez Diaz, "Good afternoon, Angel." says, hi, Michael. Barbara, hi, Michael. And Sandra, hi, Michael. Sorry about the camera. Thank you guys so much. And Sandra, thank you also for your sizable donation the other day, too. That goes a long way to helping out the show. So let's begin here. Let's go back up to the top. And let's quickly talk about materials required. Again, I've done whole episodes talking about this, so I'm just going to really quickly go through this for those people who are watching for the very first time. Again, you can go watch those episodes, but not everybody has seen this channel. And about 30% of people who watch each one of these episodes are completely new to me in the channel, so I want to try to just give a little bit of information here to help people begin that journey, but if you want some more information to get started. So we're going to be painting on a 9x12 size canvas with acrylic paint, of course. We'll talk about the kinds of paint we need. I also encourage you to have some cloths and rags and things around to clean up when the inevitable spill or mistake happens. It's better to be prepared than to be rushing around with your head cut off looking for some method to clean up when it inevitably happens. So we're going to be using what's called the split primary palette. That means we're going to be using 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, and we're going to use a little bit of white, or probably a lot of white in this episode. You can use a black, but I, as you may know, like to mix my own black. And understanding why we're using these two of each primary color is essential to comprehending color temperature. Because every color is either warm or cool, and warm colors appear to advance, cool colors appear to recede. So if you're ever trying to mix a color and you're painting something representationally at least, just ask yourself, where is that color? Is it in the foreground or is it in the background? And instantly that narrows down the choices of color to 3 warm colors or 3 cool colors. Things in the middle ground, that's where it kind of gets a little bit fuzzy, and you can kind of use a combination of both. So the brand that I'm using here for all of these episodes is this Amsterdam paint by Royal Talons. Considered to be a student grade. I've seen some people call it professional grade paint. I think it's more than good enough for a pro to use. It's also, I think, probably the best bang for your buck. Now, there are more expensive paints, like particularly Golden, which is considered a professional grade of paint, but it's probably about 3 times the price or about half as much paint. So while it does a great job, most people are probably not going to notice it, and especially if you're beginning, I don't know if it's worth investing that much money, because I think using less expensive materials when you're just getting started makes you a little bit less afraid to take some chances and make mistakes, because it's like, it's just a few dollars down the drain, versus if you're looking at your painting, you're like, man, I just invested like 15 bucks worth of paint in it and it's not turning out. That can really get you down. So I want to try to build people's confidence up when we're painting, so I strongly believe in using less expensive materials whenever possible. So these are, again, just going through this list of all the possible paint that you can get. These are my suggestions for all of these different brands. You can go to the Dropbox folder below, we'll look at that here in a moment, and download the info sheet with all of these lists here and just print it out, take it with you to your art supply store or look online to try to order them. I obviously encourage you to support your local art supply store. Here's a couple brands I do not recommend, however, that I've used personally, and they do not really work for what we're trying to do. And I would say not for much other painting either. But anyway, Museum Color out of Toronto and the Peebo, which is a global brand, feature prominently at Michael's Art Supply, I think are, I mean, the titanium white is about the only thing I'd buy from these brands. Because they put a lot of titanium white in all of these colors, and that makes it impossible to mix our own black. You're not even going to get like a dark gray, it's going to be a medium gray, and all of your colors when you mix them are not going to have the saturation you want. Okay, so let's start with the next step here, which is to do our image transfer. So that, I mean, you could attempt to do this drawing all by yourself, but I would encourage you, or at least especially if you're beginning, to download this free image off of the Dropbox folder and print it out on your printer at home. So, I just realized, okay. Oh, here's a shout out to the Facebook group once that loads back up here. So let's go back here. So if you click on the link in the description below, it's going to lead you to the Dropbox folder. In the very first folder here, Art Supply Guide, you can print out that PDF, take it again, and it shows all of the lists we just went through. But our file that we're going to be looking at to download this template is right here. This folder number 5 of the numbered folders, halfway down. You'll see that there's, another 200 or so folders down there for some more complex paintings, and your easier paintings are towards the top. Although, it's relative. Some of those quote-unquote easy paintings I discovered afterwards are a little bit harder than I expected them to be. Anyway, we click in here, Georgia O'Keeffe. Here's the painting we did last week, Jimson Weed. Orchid we did, I think, 2.5 years ago, and White Flower is what we're going to be looking at today. So you're going to see the original artwork by this original artwork by Georgia O'Keeffe, the outline that I did as a JPEG and PDF, whatever's easier for you to print out, and then a set of instructions if you want to print those out as well that are going to roughly coincide with what we're doing here. So, once you print the outline out on your inkjet, laserjet printer at home or work at your local print shop, then you can start to work on it. Okay. So, as I said before, I'm going to be painting on this 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board, and you can see there's these little bits of white. What is that? Well, that's gesso. And essentially all of these come pre-wrapped in plastic. I ordered these ones off of Amazon. Really the only thing I think I've ordered off of Amazon that I use in these episodes. And then I take some white acrylic gesso and cover the surface here with it and let it drip off the canvas on, like I usually put like a bottle or some tape, and let that drip off onto some newspaper overnight. Once it's dry, then I take a block of 100 grit sandpaper and give it a gentle sanding to get rid of that texture so it becomes much smoother. You could, of course, apply another coat of gesso, let that dry again. I know some people who will gesso 3, 4, 5 times to get a super smooth surface. I don't need it to be that smooth, but it's certainly easier to paint on when it's smoother than when it first comes out of the plastic. Okay, so let's tape this down. Of course, it sounds like my neighbor decided to start mowing the lawn as soon as I go live here. So, hopefully that's not too obtrusive in the background there. So I tape this down, and then I'm going to use some graphite paper. Actually, this is something I did order off of Amazon, and the link for it is in the description below. This is a brand new sheet of graphite paper, and often I'll use this 20, 30 times because really, basically, until all of the graphite's been rubbed off, it's still very, very useful, and it's unlikely that you're going to go back over the exact same line twice. So they're infinitely, well, not infinitely, as I said, but 20, 25 times, which means in the pack that you can get off of Amazon comes in like 100 sheets for like $12. I'd probably be able to use all 100 sheets maybe by the time I die, which hopefully is a long time from today. So, and that's with me doing, a painting minimum once a week for the past 4 years, right? Also, just doing this image transfer, we don't have to worry about doing it perfectly, right? It's a good idea just to check every once in a while. One thing I do notice when you use a fresh sheet of carbon paper is the lines tend to be a little bit darker, which, you know, you might assume might be a good thing. But if there's more delicate lines that, like, let's say, especially some of these gray lines that I've grayed out inside there, you probably want to try to be as delicate as possible there, because those lines you'd then have to kind of work overtime to try to paint them out. So I'll probably won't even draw those lines today because of that very same thing. As you can see, I'm not worried about getting these lines perfect. I have seen students of mine in class do this and spend like 45 minutes tracing something like this out, which I think is way too much time. I would say it's literally a waste of time, because really we just want to get the basic composition in place, and then we can move forward with the painting process. And I've been watching a whole bunch of interviews with George O'Keeffe throughout the last couple of days. I want to talk a little bit about that. You know what, I'm going to bring the original painting up there in this. There we go. Trying to see what is what. Going to move the carbon paper down a little bit. Now, what exactly is going on down here? Some of this information at the very bottom is stuff that I would have probably photoshopped in as I extended the canvas to this dimension. Okay. I think that's good enough. We got the majority of it on there. Okay. Can peel that off. It's a good idea just to double check before you peel the tape off, because lining it back up again the second time is literally impossible. Well, I'm sure you could spend hours trying to do it, but I don't know what the value in that would be. Barbara says, Michael, I'm painting the gypsum weed from last episode. The glazing has gone pretty well, but I managed to wipe some off right down to the Imprimatura layer. How do I fix that? Yeah, so that's the thing that can happen. It can happen with glazing fluid, but really any type of painting, if you're not careful and you're trying to wipe something away, like a mistake, you can accidentally wipe too much off. And it happens, that sounds kind of obvious. Yeah, if you clean anything, you can easily go through. But what can happen is that even if you're being, you just go that one extra, like, it looks like you're doing fine, and then you do one more, and it's almost like the layers of paint peel off like a sticker. It's kind of like if you've ever seen, like a, those billboards, when people put up posters on around a building under construction, and then somebody peels off the top layer it doesn't just peel off the top poster, it can peel like 5 layers of poster off, right? And that, yes, can absolutely happen when you're... So, unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do to... I mean, to prevent that, it's about being very careful if you're trying to remove paint. It's about using the blow dryer to make sure everything is as dry as possible. So when you put another layer on and if you feel like you need to erase it, it's more likely that just that top layer comes off and not the other layers below. It's about doing that, making sure you're doing it quickly so that before that top layer bonds to the layers below. You know, once it's happened, the only way to solve that, you know, like let's say I had a big spot right in the middle and I've got this big white area. Well, what my recommendation might be to do, depending on how bad it is, might even be to put some fresh white paint over top of that mistake. Then put some of my yellow Imprimatura back in its place. Because after all, if you just paint, let's say you stain it with the yellow Imprimatura, which we're about to do next, and then you just paint some white and then paint color over top, well, the other areas of the paint, or the painting, will have been done with that yellow layer below it, or whatever color you decide to use for your Imprimatura, and that area in the center will not. It's just white. So of course there's going to be a color difference that can be alarmingly jarring. So you want to sort of go back and build it back up in a similar sort of way. You know, that's the thing. So if there was a big mistake, like let's say right here, it would be, you're basically trying to kind of restore a painting. And, you know, a really good restorer conservator might be able to just fix that little area. I would say it might be easier just to redo that whole section and potentially paint that little area out white so that the layers of paint build back up to the same surface. And then maybe even paint that whole area, that whole shape white again, put the Imprimatura back over top, thin layer of yellow, and then repaint that whole area. Which I know sounds like a lot of work, but if you're really determined to eliminate that mistake completely, then that's one of your only options. Again, depending on how big and egregious the problem is, you might be able just to fix it and blend some colors, potentially just sort of repainting a few things on top of it. But, you know, it's one of those things that we all learn from experience, and that's why, you know, I try, and you've probably seen me do this on a number of episodes where I do make a mistake, and where the glaze, or I'm too impatient with my glaze, and I just decide, okay, you know, I put some glaze there, and I'm just going to add a little bit more. That's always when this exact same problem happens. When you've got a half-dried glaze, and then you try to paint fresh glaze over top of it, it's, again, just peels the previous layer and other layers of paint off. So that's why I always have to tell myself, as much as I don't want to use the hairdryer, because sometimes it feels like it slows me down, it's like, Michael, take a breath and do the right thing. Don't get so impatient. And really, that's all about the glazing method. The glazing method requires patience. As I say though, the glazing technique is the timid painter's best friend, because if you are afraid of making big bold brushstrokes, kind of like the way that maybe Van Gogh paints, then using glazing fluid allows you to modify things very carefully. It takes time, but you can go very, very slowly, and if you have patience, you can make a really beautiful painting. But time and patience is the key words there. Which is why you can understand why so many artists in the early 20th century forgoed. Is that a word? They forgoed the glazing technique in favor of what's called like wet on wet, like direct painting, painting bold brushstrokes without trying to go for these very subtle gradations of color. We'll talk about, the way that Georgia O'Keeffe painted, because in many ways her compositions are bold and dramatic and super modern, but also in some ways the techniques she applied for making her paintings were quite traditional. So I think that's what makes her a very unique artist, is how she combined modern approaches to composition, really extremely modern for her time, and yet embracing some of the more traditional painting techniques that she had learned when she was in the half dozen art schools that she went to over the years. Okay, so I hope that answers your question, Barbara. I'm sorry that happened to you, but it happens to the best of us. It's happened to me a few times here over the years. So next up is we're going to apply an Imprimatura to the surface. The Imprimatura is a Italian word for the priming layer or first layer of paint, and there's many different reasons why you might do this, as you see there on the screen. Personally, I mean, beyond the sort of traditional technical reasons why you might want to do it, such as often artists use the Imprimatura as a way to stain the canvas and then use that color deliberately through subsequent layers, particularly if you're doing landscapes or portraits. You might literally leave that Imprimatura coming through the very, very end, which is why a lot of artists use a more traditional brown, rusty red-like color as opposed to the yellow, the warm yellow that I'm using here. But more and more over the years that I've been doing this, I tend to see this, the idea of the Imprimatura as part of my routine, as a way of being able to start the painting without requiring much thought. That it's sort of like the way that a hockey player laces their skates, or a ballerina ties their ballet shoes. It's something that you do all the time. You don't even really think about it. And that's a good thing, because it allows you just to sort of get into this repetitive, hypnotic state of mind that is very different from the rest of the things that we might do in our everyday life outside of painting. So, it's like kind of closing one chapter of your day and opening it, starting another one. It's like putting on a uniform to go to work, punching in, into the clock. I see it as a very similar kind of activity, where so again, while you don't have to do it, and less and less artists do it today than have ever done it before, I can't recommend it highly enough. So you'll see that I kind of just go up and down, back and forth, because my goal here with the Imprimatura is to get the color to soak into the canvas and all the weaves of the fabric, so that if there is any little gaps in between my paint, instead of there being white showing through, I'll have yellow showing through, which again may or may not be ideal depending on your painting. But you could use fluorescent pink or green or blue or black, whatever you prefer. Barbara says the peeling of that Imprimatura off was only a small spot, but right in the middle of the flowers. Thanks for the advice. I'll try that. I still have more layers of glaze to go. Yeah, you know, sometimes one of the things is often mistakes or problems in a painting are more glaring to the artist than they are to the observer. You know, it's like one of those things where, you know, somebody's got I don't know, you know, it's like I often think of food because I like to eat. You know, somebody, you know, I remember all the time my mom saying, you know, cooking a dinner and being like, oh, it didn't turn out. I'm sorry, I burnt the pierogies or something, and I'm eating it like, this tastes great. In fact, I like it a little bit burnt. My mom was like, you're just saying that. Like, no, I think it's better, right? So, you know, sometimes a mistake can actually be an opportunity. That's why, as I've said many times, I think Bob Ross's whole concept of the happy accident is one of the most profound concepts in Western thought. And I mean that in all sincerity. Okay, just before I move on here, I'm just going to put some of this paint on my palette. Once again, it's pretty hot in the studio. I ordered some thermometers, but they haven't arrived yet. So I wanted to start tracking the heat in here, and also so I can have a better understanding of how it's actually impacting the painting process. Because it can certainly be very challenging when you're painting and the temperature is uneven. Okay, so again, I got a couple tubes of black paint that I've had for a couple of years, well, since the very first episode. They're still in that box, still half full. So I'll put my paint to the side. Let's bring our canvas up here and let it dry slowly, and we'll move on. Okay. So I want to talk briefly, and I know when it comes to me, brief is subjective, about the life of Georgia O'Keeffe, because we talked quite extensively about her work in the past. But I do want to just sort of maybe conclude a few things here. In fact, oh, I forgot to... I just want to bring up a couple of links that I put in the description below. I mean, I don't really want to talk so much about her biography so much as just like her work and her art. And let me see. So, I wonder, I might even mute this so I can play it without getting this episode a copyright strike. And essentially, what she's saying here, she's in a letter that she's writing a friend of hers. She talks about how she spent so much of her kind of student years trying to make art that pleased other people, and she talks about here, she put up all of her pictures that she had done during the year, and she could say, well, I painted that to please so-and-so, and I painted that to please so-and-so, and she could go around the room and there wasn't anything that she did to please herself. And she thought that was pretty dull. So she put it all away and decided she was going to begin to make drawings that contained a few things in her head that she put down. So basically she's talking about making art for herself versus art for other people, or that pleased other people, particularly her instructors, her teachers throughout her education. And I think that's so interesting, so smart. And that's what I've noticed about a lot of students, including even myself, that this is, I've maybe talked about in the past, my own experience in art college, where when I was in graduate school in Los Angeles, I remember I was doing so many different things, and I would have people come to my studio, these great artists from around the world who would come and do studio visits, and somebody would come in and say, "Oh, these paintings, I love the paintings. Sculptures, they're terrible. You should stop doing sculptures, focus on the paintings." And then an hour later, I'd have someone come in and go like, "These sculptures, best thing I've ever seen. I know places you can sell this and make a career doing this, but the paintings, they're terrible." Right? And I started, it made me terrified, because I'm like, I can't seem to make a single thing that resonates with everyone. And the long story short, the realization that I had was, you know what? I'm never going to make something that makes everybody happy. So at the end of the day, I have to make myself happy. I have to make art that I feel proud about, that I want to hang in my own room. And if someone out there should find that work interesting, then and want to buy it or exhibit it, then that's the cherry on top. So I think I want to encourage people to think about making work that makes themselves happy first and foremost. Obviously, in these classes, we're recreating paintings by artists that we admire, that are famous around the world. And I encourage people to try different art by different people, maybe art that they never thought they would ever paint. But at the end of the day, I think following some of the masters that you find most attractive and learning from them would be a great start until you get your feet wet, and then you can start trying to make subjects that you find interesting. Because really what she's talking about here is the breakthrough that led her to start creating her charcoal drawings in, I think, 1915. And those are the artworks that were first exhibited by the man who later became her husband, Alfred Stieglitz, and sent her from then on onto a totally different path in life. And where is it? Here's another thing here that I just also want to play. She's talking about how when she was, as a student, she was taught to paint like other people. And she had this realization that she would never be able to paint as good as the people that she wanted to mimic. And so she realized that she should attempt to do something of her own. So I thought that was really interesting. And so right now she's about to talk about the teachers that became kind of her most formative teachers. So Arthur Dow was the kind of the person who gave her this philosophy, of instead of trying to paint realistic images, to instead try to just paint beautiful things, however you might define that. And the way that Dow described things was using composition as a device to create pleasing images. And there's lots of different compositional strategies that have existed throughout the centuries, like the rule of thirds or the golden ratio, etc. And finding, flowers or skulls, bones, landscapes like George O'Keeffe did, or it could be something completely different for many of you watching right now. Okay, let's, now that I got those things out of the way, because I wanted to make sure I didn't forget them, because those were some of the things I watched earlier today that I was like, I gotta make sure I don't forget to mention that. I think in the episode we did last time, I think I probably got to talking about, where are we? We were talking about her living in New York City with the man who would become her husband, Alfred Stieglitz, the famous photographer. Originally, he was just support. He was married, had children, and decided he was going to help support her because he believed in her work. And she moved to New York, and eventually, they became lovers. And I think it took like 6 years for the divorce to be finalized between him and his former wife. And during that time, she starts painting these images of New York City, which was quite radical, really, for her, considering the other subject matter themes she had been exploring for years, such as the flowers, particularly. I think we also started talking about her visiting New Mexico, and she had taught at a university in West Texas, which is now West Texas A&M University. And so she had spent a number of times going back and forth between Texas and New York. And in the early 1930s, she starts spending more and more time out west, more specifically in New Mexico. And I think probably that a lot of that had to do with the relationship she had with her husband. They had a so-called open marriage, and he was quite flagrantly open about that open marriage, and that caused her a lot of emotional distress. So, by 1932, when she painted today's painting, she was basically on the breaking point. And from about 1933 to 36, she essentially stopped painting altogether, and spent a lot of her time out in New Mexico trying to kind of get herself back together again. They continued to stay married all the way up until he passed away in 1946. But, and you know, perversely, that time in New Mexico, where she ultimately became most associated with, ultimately led to many of her greatest works. So in some ways you could say that she painted herself out of this really dark corner, that this the really strong depressive emotions that she had in relationship to her relationship with her husband, she, after a period of inactivity, was able to channel that in to creating many of her most famous works of all time. And that, I think, is really inspiring. You know, I think definitely, probably many of us have dealt with depression, anxiety, and sometimes it's so overwhelming it's impossible to get anything done. And sometimes taking a break it can be the most healthy thing, right? In the case of George O'Keeffe, eventually she was able to kind of get her feet back under her and produced, you know, so many incredible works after that period of time. Let's just see here. So you can see some of these early paintings here, these abstractions of flowers that she did in the early kind of post-war period, 1917, 1920, are some of the, you know, those breakthrough pieces that were some of the things that really shocked and got the American avant-garde really excited, because people really hadn't seen paintings like these before. All of these things that we're seeing on the screen right now, I mean, just gorgeous motifs. In that documentary I was just showing clips of, you know, they asked her, how did you, like, how did these even come about? And she's talking about how she was interested in flowers, as probably any normal, well-adjusted human being would be. And she felt, though, like when she painted little pictures of flowers, they were really easy to ignore. So she wanted to make them bigger so that you couldn't overlook them, especially if they were in a gallery hung amongst other work by, and often she was exhibiting with only male artists, and her little pictures would sort of just get brushed aside. So by getting bigger, it made them, people had to deal with them. And so, first of all, the paintings themselves, the scale of the canvas got larger, and then she started kind of zooming further and further into the pictures. And last class I talked about how I don't know offhand, but I find I assume that part of the reason why we have this zooming into the details of the flowers owes a lot to the advent of photography. Obviously, she became she found herself in a relationship with Alfred Stieglitz, probably the most famous and important photographer of his time. But also, she also took lots of photographs herself, right? And so one of the things a camera can allow us to do is take close-ups of things. Obviously, you can look at a flower really closely, but sometimes, having something right in front of your face is a little uncomfortable. So you can take a photograph of something close up, and you can see all of that detail much more clearly. And so she talks about how when she first started painting some of these flowers, she did the whole flower really large, and then she started kind of zooming in because she wanted to kind of find, like, what are the most interesting parts of the flower to her. And ultimately, she starts just zooming right into, what is it, the little, is it the pistils? Is that what they call them? The inside of the flower. And these compositions become fully abstract. So... it's also, these skulls and heads and these bones. She talks about also in that documentary about how one time when she was in New Mexico, she was walking through the desert, and it was a particularly hot summer, and there wasn't any flowers. It was so dry, and all there was just bones laying around. And so she started picking up these bones as possible subject matter to paint. And then so when she went back to New York in the fall, as she often did, she talked about having a barrel of bones. And I think she drove. It wasn't, I couldn't find any information saying otherwise, but from my understanding is I think she was driving back and forth across the country by herself, probably with a barrel of bones in her trunk. And so when she was in New York, she just starts sorting through all of these bones. I think the first one she said was a horse skull, and then there was a deer skull that she started painting. And, just like many people associated her paintings of flowers with female anatomy, and in which which just disgusted her, because she said when people say that about her work, that's just other people talking about what they see, not about what she intended. So just like that, people also looked at these pictures she did of, like, skulls and bones and associated them with death, and she kind of recoiled at that as well, saying, I find that bizarre. They're not pictures of death. I just really liked these shapes and forms. And in that documentary, an author talks about how maybe what's interesting, speaking of death, ooh, the ghost of studios past. She talks about, or that the author talks about how maybe something about these bones is about transcending death, that like that after death these bones continue to live on, especially in her work, and they defy death as opposed to being symbols of death, which I think is really interesting way of thinking about those particular motifs in her work. It's kind of around the 1940s where she becomes more and more interested in landscapes. So for so many years, she's kind of painting these close-ups of things. And then she starts painting more and more large landscapes, often highly simplified and almost verging on abstraction. Like you see this road to the ranch, you know, it's just sort of, there's just barely a few clues that they are landscapes. This whole series of paintings of clouds is inspired by some trips where she's looking out the window and seeing, you know, the planes flying above the clouds. It's funny. Also in that documentary, they show her walking through the Museum of Modern Art, and they're in this room looking at paintings by Mark Rothko, and by this time she's in her early 80s, and she looks at one of this big yellow red Rothko painting. She's like, "Oh, that would make such a lovely carpet." Which and of course, like, the person that is interviewing her is kind of shocked and like, "What do you think Mark Rothko would say about that?" And she's like, "Oh, I think he'd probably agree." I just found that really funny, like very heretical, you might say. You know, like, that's not what you're supposed to say at all. You're supposed to look at those paintings with great reverence. And she's just like, that's a very colorful carpet. That would make a great carpet. They asked her about Jackson Pollock, and she didn't seem to have anything nice to say about his work too. So, and you know, she's in many ways, you know, 30 plus years ahead of all of those guys. Abstract Expressionism, of which Mark Rothko and Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, Clifford Still, Robert Motherwell, all those great American artists, you know, they achieved their breakthrough during the late 40s, early 50s. And that's, again, we saw here earlier, like, many of those paintings that are by George O'Keeffe, those abstractions occur in like 1915, 1916. So she's 30 years ahead of those artists. And I don't think I've ever heard people giving George O'Keeffe a shout out for blazing that trail for all those men. Because, of course, especially back in the day, the idea of giving a woman credit for having broken new ground for a bunch of tough, hyper masculine men would have been totally absurd. But there's many instances throughout art history where women have been the trendsetters and established the way forward for artists, men and women. Many of these look like they don't have dates here. It's by the 1970s. She's, you know, in her mid 80s, and painting is becoming more and more difficult for her. And by the, I think, 1972, you know, she's dealing with this macular degeneration, essentially losing her eyesight almost entirely. So she essentially can't paint without a lot of assistance. And I think it just becomes really unpleasurable. What would you say? It's just not a lot of fun for her to try to go through all of that struggle to paint and to do things that once came so easily for her. She continues to do some drawing with charcoal and pencil. But one of the things that she has this assistant who's also featured in that documentary I showed, who is a ceramicist, and she starts working in ceramics. And I think that's really interesting because no longer is she really able to see as well as, or maybe barely at all, but she can feel. And I think it's wonderful that she continues to try to find creative ways to express herself using the senses that she does have that still function properly. She also starts working on her autobiography during the 1970s. The autobiography called Georgia O'Keeffe becomes a national bestseller, and once again catapults her back into the limelight. It's amazing that Georgia O'Keeffe has about a 70-year career as an artist, going all the way back to the turn of the last century. And by the 1915, 1917, she has her first major breakthrough into abstraction. By the 1930s, she's really broken new ground with her flower paintings, and continues on through the 40s and 60s. And so by the 1970s, she has been up to the top of the mountain numerous times. And watching that documentary, which is probably filmed in the late 60s, early 70s, you get a sense that she's very happy with life. She talks about being one of the luckiest persons alive, and she's super relaxed and jovial. And I gotta say, it goes against a lot of the preconceived notions that I've had over the years of Georgia O'Keeffe. I think many of the images that have been sort of promoted of her kind of feature her as a particularly kind of stoic personality, even a little bit on the harder, rougher edges of things. And probably a lot of that is due to the photographs of her former husband, Alfred Stieglitz. Many of the photographs he took of her, she looks kind of stern or serious. Not a lot of, grinning smiles. And I think that has crept into not only just my imagination of her, but I think millions of other people sort of started to see her like that, as this very serious artist. And I'm not to say that she wasn't a serious artist, but that I never really associated her with like playfulness or laughter, or the sort of a trickster personality. But when you see that interview where she's in her maybe mid-70s, early 80s, walking around through the desert with her assistant Juan, you really get the sense that she's a really super kind of carefree individual, especially by that time in her life. As I think, a lot of people as they get older start to kind of worry less about the way they're perceived socially, etc. But I do, again, encourage any of you watching right now to watch some of those documentaries that are in the description below, so that you can see her talking in her own voice about her life and career. And I think you'd agree that she might be a little bit different than you might have expected she was. Anything else I want to say? Georgia O'Keeffe was indisputably the most successful female artist of all time. By the time she moved to New York in the mid-1920s, she became one of the most successful artists around, and undisputably the most successful female artist. Now, Georgia O'Keeffe was, I don't think she called herself a feminist at any time, but she certainly was active and vocal about women's issues. Let me see, I think there is some mention here. I mean, she attended protests, read a lot of literature related to women's rights and the women's movement. She supported other women and helped to foster art by women and criticism and female critics. But she really detested the idea of being seen as a quote-unquote female artist, and really only wanted people to talk about her as an artist. And she talks about how one's sexual identity is irrelevant when it comes to art, for which I completely agree 100%. And I think she really felt that anytime people brought up the fact that she was a woman, it was almost always as a way of kind of putting a little asterisk next to her name or right next to her artwork of like, yeah, this is a beautiful painting, and could you believe it was done by a woman? Right? She was just like, oh, it drives me crazy. She just wanted people to appreciate her art just on its own, just like they would appreciate any art by any man. Because after all, we don't usually say a male artist. It's almost always used to describe, we use that, we start getting into pronouns when we describe anybody else besides a man. And so I kind of want to mention that because obviously, she was the most successful female artist of all time, but she's also one of the most successful artists of all time. Just by default, right? So I think it's really important to bring that up, because that was kind of a constant source of frustration that was brought up throughout her life. And I think still to this day, we still see that kind of little asterixization, if I was to coin a word, that's also applied to female artists, trans artists, etc., to this day, whereas men don't usually have to answer any questions like that whatsoever. Yeah, just a couple other quick little things before I move on. There have been a number of films, TV programs made about Georgia O'Keeffe over the years. A few of the more prominent ones would be this PBS film, A Marriage, Georgia O'Keeffe and Alfred Stieglitz, which was made with Jane Alexander, starring Georgia O'Keeffe and Christopher Plummer as Alfred Stieglitz. I wasn't able to find the actual film online anywhere or at my library anywhere else. There's a small clip which I've linked down below that shows them in their studio, or in her studio, and Alfred Stieglitz sort of chasing away some collectors who are interested in purchasing her work while she kind of angrily staples canvas in the background. And then there's another film that came out called, I think it's just called Georgia O'Keeffe, from 1991, starring Joan Allen as O'Keeffe and Jeremy Irons as Alfred Stieglitz. And that is, you can watch that on YouTube or Apple or Google Play, or all the various different places, for about $3-4. I was planning on watching it today, but just didn't have the time to set aside. I did notice that it has pretty terrible reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. Not that necessarily reviews should dissuade you from watching a film or not, but it's kind of it. Having said all of that, one thing that is a little bit frustrating is that the main two productions that have been made about Georgia O'Keeffe decide to focus on her and her husband Alfred Stieglitz, as opposed to just herself, because after all, he died roughly halfway through her life. So for the last 40 plus years of her life, she lived on her own without him. And so, there's plenty of films, biopics that have been made of famous artists, musicians, etc., who were married for long periods of time, whose, especially male actor or artists, whose biographies, biopics are not centered around the relationship between them and their partners. So, it's like, so, and I would imagine that Georgia O'Keeffe would roll her eyes at that very same thing. Like, if somebody's going to make a movie about me, does it always have to be about me and my husband? Like, is it possible to make a film in which it's just really about me, and there can be the subplot of me and my husband running in the background, but what about me as a creative individual? Do I always have to be defined by my husband? So anybody who's interested in the future about making a film about George O'Keeffe, that would be my recommendation. That's what I would like to see, is less of Alfred Stieglitz. I mean, obviously there's great drama in that relationship. It was the cause of her kind of mental breakdown in the 1933. So I can see why certain, screenwriters would decide to focus on that. But as I said, I think that ground has been certainly well explored, and I think there should be other opportunities to explore other parts of her life. As I said, the last 40 so years of her life while she was on her own. Okay, so great. While that's going on, I see Soul Grinder posted in the chat there. Hello, Michael. And Barbara says, I love the red canna flowers she did. They're so vibrant. Okay. So, assuming the lights have stopped, now let's get to painting. And I think I'm just going to forego the underpainting and just go directly into painting the background. I have confidence that if I get some of the interior stuff a little bit, quote-unquote, wrong, that I'll be able to complete the painting regardless. So let's just take a look at the painting itself and how we might do this. Now, one thing I notice about this background is that there's a lot of different colors going on here. There's these browns, there's these purples, greens, orange and browns down here. There's a lot of different stuff happening. So we could paint them all, but one thing I tend to try to do is it might be easier just to lay in, make one choice of color, and then we can glaze over top of it with other colors. So just out for reference, because I can't remember what I suggested here, let's just see. So I suggested painting a brown sky and then doing purple over top of it. So, I'm glad I checked that out, because I was about to do the opposite. I was about to paint all of this purple and then do brown over top. So I'm going to follow the instructions that I originally wrote here. Okay, so we got our paint on the palette, and we're going to want to use a cool brown for the background, because remember, cool colors appear to recede and warm colors advance. So ideally we put cool colors in the background to make the background recede, and so that it doesn't compete with the foreground elements. So I'm going to take my cool yellow, cool red, and a little bit of cool blue. I'm going to make this a little bit more on the yellowish red side of brown. So I'm going to take my cool yellow, some cool red, and mix that up. In fact, I'm going to take a little bit more paint here. I don't want to run out halfway through. Okay, I'm going to take some cool blue and mix that in. So obviously that went really green really quickly. I probably put a little more blue in there than I was expecting. So I'm going to put a lot more red back in. That's a bit closer to the color I want. Is kind of a reddish brown. Okay. So once again, my priority here is filling in the background, even going a little bit over top of some of the leaves and flowers, and trying to prevent as much texture from accumulating in this area as possible. Because I'm going to glaze over top of it, and I don't want texture there to interfere with the glazing process. So that just means that as I go across here, anytime I see texture build up, I want to try to curtail that as quickly as possible. So once again, some of this stuff, particularly near the very bottom, is a result of me expanding the picture to make it fit on this 9x12 size ratio canvas, which means some of this stuff at the very bottom was not in the original. And so I have a lot of leeway as to how I want to or could paint it. And that might differ a little bit from the image that we'll see on camera here. Okay, I think that's good. I'm going to blow dry that really quickly, and then I'm just going to do another layer just to kind of get rid of some of the patchy qualities. There's Tanya in the chat. Nikki. Tanya says, love me some George O'Keeffe. Nikki says, hello, teacher. Again, I love seeing all those familiar names in the chat. It makes me so happy. Okay, let's put this layer down. I can be a little bit faster here. See, that's kind of like what you were talking about happening there, Barbara, where you'd see that paint wasn't totally dry, and as I paint over it, I'm peeling the previous layer off. So the first thing I did there was just to look at the original and be like, what's actually going on in that area? It looks like it's going to get kind of white over top of there, so not such a problem. But I think I'm going to blow dry that again and see if I can just put another layer on here and try to get rid of that, because it can show up through subsequent layers. Okay, so, you know, it's funny that that happened, because I was literally thinking about it when I was blow drying it, like, you know, it's not quite dry, you should really blow dry for another like 30 seconds, and I'm like, you know, let's just move forward, and lo and behold, that's exactly what happened there. So it's somewhat ironic that that happened just after talking about the same thing happening to Barbara. I'd like to kind of show maybe one way that we could kind of deal with this problem. I mean, I could put layer after layer of paint on here to try to make that go away, but I could also, you know, try to kind of hide it a little bit by just taking some paint and kind of trying to paint as much as possible just in this area. Again, I want to try to avoid creating texture. So I'm just going to try to blend those edges out. And then I'm going to blow dry it again. Okay, let's just take more paint. So I'm trying as best as possible just to paint the area that's discolored underneath. Right, you'll notice as the paint dries, it's going to get a little bit darker. And you can see where even some of these other edges are a little bit darker as well. So I'm actually just going to paint that so I have less and less of a strong dark contrast here. So I'm doing my best to try not to paint back over top of this dark area, otherwise it's going to just keep getting darker and darker. So let's paint blow dry. Okay, I think I can just do maybe one more layer here. Looks like the worst part of it has disappeared. That's probably good enough. Maybe I should just quickly blow dry that so I can move on to the next layer. Got an itchy nose today. I don't know why that is. Might be my mustache thing. It's getting a little bit long. I think itchy inside of my nose there. That's the one thing about having a curly mustache like that. Every once in a while, I'm like, oh, makes me itchy. You'd think I'd be used to having that happen, but you never quite get used to something like that on your face. Okay. So let's take a look at the original again and think about how we want to glaze over top of this. Now, right now I've got this very brown-like canvas, and in order to get it to this white and purple and everything, I'm gonna have to cover most of that up. Now, personally, I kind of like that brown, and it's kind of, I think, going to work in nice contrast to the greens and the white. So I might not cover it up quite as much as she did here. I'm trying to think of which direction should I go forward first. Should I go into the white? I'm going to go for a cool purple to start. So I'm going to take my cool red and my cool purple and mix that up. And how purple should that get? I'm just going to wipe that excess paint off. I'm not going to clean it off like with the water. I think that's good enough. I'm going to take my white. I'm going to start with a lighter color. I'm going to put a substantial amount of glazing fluid in here. And you can see that that's probably 3-to-1 glazing fluid over the purpley white color that I had. So this is going to be relatively transparent, but still not like, it's not going to be totally transparent. It's going to cover up a lot of this brown. But I want to preserve some of that if I can. And so now I'm just trying to wipe some of this excess off because there's still a lot of paint kind of hidden in the brush. And where do we want to start? Maybe let's start around the right edge of this canvas here. I'm going to take a soft brush. I'm not so happy about that. Got to be careful, Michael. Pushing the boundaries here. So the paint that, my brush, it's not a dry brush, but there's not a lot of paint on it. And that's one of the things I often make a mistake with glazing, is I put a lot of paint on my brush, and then it becomes kind of hard to blend it out because it's so thick. And then I have a kind of, basically when I'm using my blending brush, it just gets wet, and then I'm basically painting with my blending brush. So down here is where I'm going to see less of this. In fact, I'm going to add more glazing fluid to my brush, and I'm just going to take this glazing fluid directly on here. So I have no new paint, it's just whatever was left on my brush. Again, let's clean that off a bit. That's good. I mean, it's not finished, but that's a good little step here. So before I do anything else, I'm going to thoroughly blow dry this, because obviously there's some uneven areas. But if I try to go and fix those areas right now, it's certain doom. So I want to just let this dry. I'm going to speed that up with the blow dryer. So, one of the things, when you see me with my head on this, looking from the angle, what I'm looking for is reflections. Because reflections are a sure sign that the paint is still a little bit wet. So I want to make sure that before I start glazing over top of it that they're dry as much as possible. I'm going to come back down to this area here with this same glaze. Even though this is the last thing I did, I'm going to take care of this first. Wow, it's just drying very fast, which is very frustrating, as you know. Now, this is obviously a very thin glaze, but I think I'm going to continue using it as much as I can to get really subtle effects elsewhere. So I don't like how that's turned out. But again, well, I'm going to glaze over there a few more times, but I need to wait for this to dry. So let's blow dry again. Paper casting that shit. Okay, let's make that more white. So I'm going to go back into my original glaze that I had here, which is a much higher concentration of white. Okay. Let's take that white again. Okay, so next I'm going to do some purple, kind of purpley white up here, but because I've just been glazing on those sides, I want to make sure that those are dry, because if I just start painting in here and then glazing wet glazing fluid onto those edges, disaster strikes. So let's just exercise some caution here before I race into those areas. Okay, how purple should we go here? Let's just go purple. Let's be a little bit bold. Okay, so I've stirred that up. There's some glazing fluid in there. In fact, you know what? Let's just put a little bit of fresh glazing fluid in there so that it's not too dry. Let's take a bit more purple. So I'll just show you, maybe let's go side by side here for the first time. I'm going to take my purple, and I got my blending brush handy there. This could have been maybe a little bit more on the grayish side of things. see even just there that the glazing fluid didn't go down as I expected. Just rubbing that excess off onto my wrist there. Should I do any down here? I know it looks green in the original, but this is stuff that I added in Photoshop. The original kind of crops off down there. Okay, so let's blow dry that. So let's, no, I'm going to probably go to a thinner purple. Well, actually, I'm probably going to go darker inside, and then I'm going to go thinner on those edges and buff that out. Let's take the same purple. Just want to touch it, but it's like, just leave it and then we'll fix it. Don't try to fix it while it's still drying. Okay, I think I just want to do just a little bit more of this thicker, darker purple in here, make that even darker. Okay, let's take some of this glazing fluid from before. So I'm going kind of quickly, and that opens myself up to the possibility of some... it's making it harder to do a really, really nice job. It makes sometimes a little bit sloppy. Ideally, I would blow dry for just a little bit longer. Like this layer I just put down, probably just a little bit too transparent. I could have gone a bit bolder. Just going to do the same thing again. There, that's nice. That accomplished that. Pushing your luck, Michael, right there. What are you doing? Sure why I'm touching that area, which I already like. The cutting mat that I paint on here, you can see it, well maybe you can't, but it's when it gets hot it sort of stretches and bubbles up a little bit. So as it cools it'll level back down again, but I always find that a little bit odd. There, I think that's a bit better. Let's look at these side by side. I mean, when I was doing this, I was thinking about adding a little bit of black into that purple to make it just a little bit bold, that purple. It's okay, but it's a bit intense, and obviously I wanted it to continue a bit more over here. I think it's going to be fine if it's not, doesn't stretch so far away. I do wonder about bringing some white down here, because this is going to be... Yeah, you know what? I was going to leave that blank, but I think I'm going to come back in here. almost thinking about adding some purple like that down there. One thing I have been thinking about as I've been working is maybe bringing a bit of brown back on top of things. So I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to glaze with a bit of a brown. Just going to clean my brush, not entirely. Let's take some of this white and a bit of this purple so we get a slightly yellowish quality. When was the last time I blow dried? Did I just blow dry? Let me just do that just to be sure. Thanks, Sandra. Sorry. So what I was just saying is, if given the hard choice of having to make a choice between foreground and background, almost always I'm going to privilege the foreground. Because as much as obviously I spend like lots of time on the background because it's important, but if I have to make a tough choice, I want to make sure that the foreground is the one that's really shining. Just like, if you go see a Broadway show, as much as the chorus is really important, it's the star probably that you came to see. And if someone in the background is outshining the star, good for that background performer, but it's going to distract from the overall show. So adding just a little bit of this kind of cream color back in here. It's kind of dirtying that white up a bit, which I kind of like. It's just, and I did that over the purple too, and it just sort of, it's clouding it a little bit so that it's not so intense in terms of color. Edie Sedgwick says, "Hi, Michael. Hi from hot and steamy New York City." And Angel's there. Says the sound is out, it's back. Awesome. Edie Sedgwick. My daughter is named partly after Edie Sedgwick. Very. So I'm just about to move on from the background. I just want to do a little bit more of what I started here. You know, one of the things I personally kind of like is when you look at a painting and you're just like, how did they get that color? Like, what color is that? And obviously that can make it frustrating to do what we're trying to do to recreate some of these paintings. But it just gives it that little bit of an enigmatic quality that is, you know, it's like you go and go for dinner somewhere and you take a bite and you're like, whoa, I've never tasted this flavor. And you might be a really good chef. And you're like, oh man, I got to get the recipe. How on earth did they do this? I can't figure it out. What am I tasting? You know, on the other hand, sometimes it's nice to go to a restaurant and you taste something and it's very simple and you're like, wow, this is like, I don't know, the best baked potato I've ever had. You know, it's, I can feel the love in there. I know exactly how it's made, and I'm going to go home and make it myself. Right? Edie Sedgwick says, my first name is Edith. Tyne says, are you using a direct glazing fluid for the effect, Michael, or some other medium? All glazing fluid. So this is all my satin glazing fluid. So far, that's the only medium I've used here besides the paint themselves. And I tend to also, I have gloss glazing fluid, but I've always used satin glazing fluid, because gloss glazing fluid, I learned the hard way, is it's hard to tell the difference between, is it wet or is it just its natural shiny state? And that I found just drove me crazy because I would never know. And then sometimes I would paint over wet glazing fluid and the resulting problems that we tend to always have would reoccur over and over. Okay, I think we're ready to move on. Ooh, it's hot in here. Now that we've got the background possibly done, I think it's done, but we'll see. It's also possible that as more things fill into the foreground, I look at that and I'm like, maybe it needs to be more purple or less purple or whatever. So I don't want to spend more time on there before I kind of start to fill in more of the foreground. So let's look at the original here. The next thing I'm going to do is start painting these green leaves in. And so those leaves are quite cool, right? Except for maybe this leaf in the top left corner, which looks like it's got a bit of, it's probably cool blue and warm yellow. But I'm going to begin with the cool blue and cool yellow that features prominently through the other leaves. Okay. Edie says, why tone the canvas yellow, please, if the flower is white? Well, that, if you want a little bit of explanation of that, that goes back to one of the first steps, and in the you can find the, if you scroll back to what we call the Imprimatura. And, you know, I could use, you know, I could just paint directly on a white canvas, but having this yellow here is just going to make the painting glow a little bit more. It's going to make the painting look a little bit more complex and professional. You certainly don't have to do it. Probably the majority of artists today don't. But throughout Western art history anyway, up until Impressionists and even through the Cubists, this was the primary way that artists prepped a canvas, is using some kind of imprimatur. Now probably they would have used more likely a brown, like a rusty red kind of color, as opposed to this yellow. The yellow is definitely my thing. That is, you know, sort of by accident, but over the past 400 or so episodes, it seems to have worked pretty well, so I'm continuing to do it. So yeah, it's just gonna, it gives it something just a little bit different. And you can see there is a lot of yellow in the flower. Like you said, it looks white, but look at those flower petals. Look how much yellow is coming through in almost every area there. So when I start putting white on top, I'm not just gonna paint white right out of the tube. I'm gonna actually probably apply like matte medium to thin that white out so that more of that yellow comes through. And Tanya there, thank you for helping to answer Edie's question there. You're on top of it. I love it. Yeah. Great answer. Very cool. Thanks, Tanya. Okay, so let's do these leaves. I need to get a little more yellow on here. Cool yellow. So, yeah, I'll mix it with this bigger brush. I was just thinking of maybe going to a smaller brush here, but I think this will be fine. So I'm going to start out with my cool yellow and then add a little bit of cool blue to it. And you can see how quickly, I mean, I've got, that's probably 90% cool yellow to 10% blue, and look how green that looks. So it's always easier to start small and add a little bit more progressively. Okay. I think that's probably good enough. I'm just looking around just to kind of get my bearings here. And you know what? I'm going to add a little bit of white in here as well. In fact, let's get a bit more blue, and I'm going to put a tiny bit of cool red in there. So now that we're talking probably 25% blue to yellow. I'm putting a little bit of that red in there to dull this color down a bit and kind of start to approach a slightly grayish color. So let's just look at these side by side. As you can see, that's still really, really green. So let's put more blue in here. Now that's still way more brightly green, way more yellow in there. I'm going to use this paint regardless, and I think we'll probably end up doing another layer anyway. But that subsequent layer could be a little bit closer to what I want, so rather than try to get it perfect the first time, I'm just going to apply it, and then potentially I might like this little bit more intensely saturated color. So I got a little ridge build up there of texture. Just want to get rid of that because it always makes it harder later on. Heard a battery die over here. I'm just gonna mute this. So I keep on expanding this leaf here outward to make it a little bit more round, because it's the edge of this leaf doesn't exist in the original. The original's cropped. Might even be almost right at that tip of that leaf. So a lot of room to play here, and so I might as well. And then I've got all this extra space on the side, and nothing wrong with that, but I think I want to just get a little closer to that edge, so I don't have this weird thing where one side is just, there's a lot of empty space and this side feels crowded, right? Isa's beautiful green. Thank you. It is really intense though, like probably a bit too, it's certainly brighter than the original. So, like, if we bring these up side by side, you can see, like, whoa! This looks like electric compared to the original. So, you might can keep it like that, but it might just be too much. I think I'm going to knock it down a little bit with some deeper blue. So this was, you know, we ended up at what, maybe before 80% yellow, 20% blue. Let's look at that. So that's closer to the color, but darker. So let's put some white in there. And that's much closer. I am, however, just gonna, even though that's pretty much the exact right color, I'm gonna put a bit of matte medium in here. I'm just gonna thin it out, make it a bit more transparent because there is a lot of white in here. And I want to keep a bit of that vibrancy in the paint. So I'm gonna mix that color up. And then I'm just going to blow dry this so that I don't peel that paint off. Okay. See, that's great. And you know, the impulse might be to say, well, why didn't we just do this the first time around? And honestly, we could have, absolutely. But what I wanted to kind of just show a little bit is we don't have to do it anything perfectly the first time around. Sometimes it's good just to kind of go with what you've got, see how it turns out, and then make a decision from there, because you never know, you might actually have it right the first time. So and because I've got a bunch of that matte medium in there adding transparency, this really vibrant green underneath is coming through. Maybe not as obvious as some people might think or believe, and maybe when they see it, they won't even be aware they're seeing it. But all that color's there. It's not like it's gone away. And so I've used the example of like a pizza. Just because the tomato sauce is covered in cheese doesn't mean the tomato sauce has gone away. It's still there, so when you bite into it, you taste it. And the same thing with color in a painting. Just because it's not right there on the surface doesn't mean it's not still there working away. So I like having those colors just kind of doing some invisible heavy lifting in the background. And I've even left a little bit of that more vibrant green in a few places, kind of right along the edge. See, there's that. Got a little impatient and wouldn't let that color just dry, and I kept painting over it and peeled some of that paint off. So let's blow dry that. Tanya says, that's okay, it's a leaf anyway. Yeah, I suppose leaves get little nibbles in them all the time from other little creatures. Okay, that's good enough. Just gonna clean these brushes. We'll move on to the other leaf, and then we're gonna start putting the shading on these leaves. Okay, so that other leaf, I mean, I could mix that color again, but I've got all this green. Although I could use that green again. So let's mix a new green. We'll take our warm blue this time and cool yellow and mix that together. Now that might be, that's, you know, I'm gonna take a bit of my cool blue. So it's basically taking a combination of warm and cool blues to get that blue up there. too much white in there, darn it. So I'm just going to add a bit more blue back in here to darken it down a bit. So that's my warm yellow, cool blue, and warm blue. Which gives me just it's going to give me a different kind of green. And because it's warmer, it's going to appear to be a bit closer to the surface. Didn't want any texture there. Okay, let's just do another quick coat of this. So I also see that when she shaded some of these areas in here, she actually is using that same color in some of her shadows. So that's going to be kind of interesting to do that as elsewhere too. So let's mix a black and start painting some of the shadows here. Need more yellow. Where should we do that? Okay, so let's take our cool yellow, cool blue, mix this up. Might have been a bit too much red, we'll see. Yeah, darn it. Well, that's pretty close. It's a little bit still on the brown side. So it tells me I put too much red in there. I need a bit more blue. There we go. Let's see, so where should we start here with the shading? In fact, I need to bring some of these lines back in. Again, I think this is all missing from the original. So I'm going to add this wasn't dry, darn it. I was thinking I should have blow dried that. Okay. Michael. You should know better. So let's take, I'm going to take this same color that I was using before. Let's take our black. I'm going to take, come on, my glazing fluid, put a generous amount there. So we're starting out with like kind of a mid grayish kind of color here. And get a smaller blending brush. So even though that's obviously going to get much darker in places, that's a good start. You know what? Honestly, I could probably use, well, yeah, let's use the, maybe not. I was going to say maybe I can use the same glaze for that leaf, but I think I'm going to hold off on that because I want to use that another different glaze there. So let's blow dry this. There's Deborah in the chat. We had the grandkids over. We just signed in now. Awesome. Hi, Deborah. Hi, Rick. Great to see you guys in the chat there. Okay, moving right along here. We're just going to keep on darkening. Okay, let's blow dry that. We're going to go much darker. Okay, let's take more black here. Gonna start here on the left because I know this needs to get much darker. More glazing fluid in this. You might experience a little glitch just now. Might be having a bit of small internet issue. Let me know if it pauses or glitches at all there. Let's blow dry that one more time. It's driving me crazy. I need to fix this area. Man, it's drying so quickly there. Okay, let's, I think that's good for that area. Let's do the same thing in that other green. So let's take, wow, this is drying so fast. I'm going to do that down here, eventually darken that. That's pretty good for the first little attempt in that area. That's just criminal how quickly it's drying. So I'm putting a little bit of this warmer green into the shadow, which is unusual for sure, but kind of cool too, so... Okay. Let's blow dry that. Let's do one more layer of this. Get a bit more glazing fluid in here. Okay, let's go one more step dark. So it's funny, like this looks almost black to my eyes, and yet, you know, on the palette it just looks like a dark green. So everything is relative, and especially once that the white of the flower comes in, it's going to make this look pitch black, and yet it's in many ways nowhere near black. I mean, it's, well, it's nowhere near black, but it's not going to be quite as black as if we actually put black paint anywhere on the picture. Okay, I think that's enough of the black. I want to let's go into the lighter greens and then move on to the flower. So I was really racing to try to get this done before the 3-hour mark, but I wasn't able to do it. I need about another 10 minutes here. So let's go the opposite direction. Let's take more white. I should blow dry this before I keep fiddling with things. Almost done this part. Just want to do a couple quick little highlights in that other remaining leaf, and then we'll move on to the flower. A little bit of white, a little bit of my other green. do feel like I want to tackle that area just a little bit. I gotta blow dry that. Sorry, I was muted there. Let's blow dry that. Whew. Okay. Next, stepperoni. Now that we've got the background and then those leaves essentially done, it's possible there might be some things. I noticed there's maybe a little shadow that I didn't do. I think that'd probably be mostly irrelevant, but let's move on to the flower itself. I'm probably going to start in the bottom with this orange part of the petals, which looks like maybe it's the back side of the petals, close to the stem. We'll start there because it's in behind the other petals that are folding over it. So we'll tackle that, and then the kind of whitish petals, cream-colored petals themselves. So let's look at the original. Now we're looking at this bottom left-hand corner down here. Let's just move that up. So we're going to do this area, which is basically like a warm yellow and warm red that we're going to paint right in there. So let's do just that. Let's take our warm yellow and a little bit of warm red just to make it kind of orangey color. That might even be a bit too orangey. So I'm going to, but yet need to cover up this. So I think what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to take my white and take a bit of a warm yellow. And I'm just going to kind of paint out some of these darker areas that are overlapping it. In fact, I'm going to do for most of this painting here. Or most of the petals, I mean. So I'm using this little bit of white in my warm yellow to block out where I've overlapped onto the petals. Okay, let's blow dry all that. So I'm just going to continue just a little bit more. The color I put on top of this will completely seal these darker colors away, but I kind of want to preserve a bit of this yellow, so the more that I can block it out now, the happier I'll be. Easier that job will be. So I'm just going to start putting some of these little flourishes. Oops. There we go. Ah. There's a little bump there, but I think I'm just gonna leave it. Ah! like how this one doesn't come to a point. It kind of comes to this round bit at the end, which makes it a little bit different than the other corners. Oh yeah, and this one down here. Not sure how I want to do that. I'm making this one maybe bigger than I had planned because I didn't, when I was glazing, I kind of missed some, there's a little gap there between those colors. Okay. Let's zoom back out and it might be a bit big. I might have really overdid that, but that's okay. That's okay, I think. That's what I'll tell myself. So I'll blow dry this. Yeah, let's do that. So now I've this warm yellow and warm red that I mixed up earlier. Finally painting with it. Then I'm just going to take warm yellow on my brush. Take some black and warm yellow. Sandra asks, can we see the side-by-side, Michael, while you start on this part, pretty please? Absolutely. Okay. So I had just started this down here, and I just mixed up some darker glazing fluid. So this is my warm yellow with just some black that I've made myself, and some glazing fluid, quite a lot of glazing fluid. And let's see, should we? Yeah, let's it's a tight space. Let's do some more line work type lines here. So I'm just going on either, taking a really soft, dry brush and going along either side of these lines that I'm painting, just to soften them out a bit. Let's blow dry that. Danu says, hey man, 10 episodes into the beginner's drawing course. Thank you so much for the awesome content. Thank you, my friend, for chiming in and saying hello. Glad that it's been helpful. Join the Facebook group, upload your work. I think maybe it's this Thursday we're going to be doing our next feedback episode, so I'd love to be able to, maybe it might be Thursday in the day. I can't remember exactly when we're going to be doing it. I haven't looked at the schedule yet. So now I'm just going to take some more of my glazing fluid here, this dark yellow. I was going to soften those edges, but I think that's okay. Should just left that. But... Oh, I'm looking at that. That looks different than the original. Okay, well, let's blow dry it, and then we'll try to get a little closer to the original. You know, obviously, you know, I've diverged a bit from the original here. It doesn't mean it's a bad. It's just different, right? Let's get this. So I am going to get darker progressively here, but I'm just establishing these kind of shadowy, slightly darker areas. So I got a little bit more black on my brush this time. I really should have blow dried this before I started this darker black, but I'm living dangerously. Okay, let's blow dry that again. let's take some more of this glaze. Let's darken this down. Just take a soft brush again and just try to soften up those edges. So part of what is making this not blend as well as I like is the texture of the canvas. It's maybe not quite so apparent on camera, but it's the weave of the canvas, and so the glaze is sort of going into some little pockets there and then not into others. One thing I could do is just add a lot more glaze to my brush in hopes that the paint kind of soaks into a bit of those areas. Okay, we're going to blow dry that. Let's just try to do a bit more of this. Get this. There we go. It's starting to fill in a little bit more evenly there. I didn't like how kind of rough it looked. So that does mean that there's a lot of glaze probably sitting in little pockets like butter in a waffle, right? Which means that I just have to be careful with to try to dry those as thoroughly as possible so that those areas don't have little, don't surprise me by peeling up when I paint them. Paint over top of them, so they have to be pretty dry. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this. And now I'm going to take some of my lighter, let's just move that out of the way, my warm yellow plus white. Basically the same thing that I was using to go around the edges here of the flower petals to block out some of the background colors that were overlapping them. And where should we put this? I'm going to do that with my orangey color too. I'm going to add some white into that. Yeah, I was going to paint more onto this blow dry. So it's going to take a bit of that, a tiny bit of white. Really put any glazing fluid in this, which is maybe not the brightest thing here. Okay, that's, I mean, it looks different than the original, but I just want to now go a little bit back with some darker, some black-ish colors. Okay, and then I'm just gonna clean this up with that same whitish yellow from before. Okay, now I think I'm ready to do the petals. And while it seems sort of like, man, all this time and we haven't even done the petals, but really, and I'm not saying this is going to go really fast, but a lot of the petals are similar colors, so that's going to go faster, not faster than anything else, but I really just have to mix those colors once and then apply them in larger areas. So I would say probably actually a lot of the hardest work is done. Knock on wood before I start congratulating myself. Just be careful, Michael. These are famous last words. So this is not exactly the same as the original, but you know, sometimes things take a little bit of a turn as you're working on them, and you have that option to fuss endlessly to try to get it to look like the original, or just to kind of embrace what you do have, and that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Let's look at this original here. Just think about what colors we're going to use. Well, I'm probably going to start here with a yellowish white. that is also semi-transparent, so I can preserve some of the pencil lines, but also the yellow that we used at the very, very beginning here. So maybe I'm just going to clean these brushes really quickly. Kind of like how these look like tiger stripes or something in the bottom of towards the stem there. So where should I mix this? I'm just gonna try to get rid of some of this green paint in the center. There is some green in this kind of on the flower petals, so I'm not super concerned about it, but just don't want it to contaminate too much of the color. Okay, so I'm just looking, trying to figure out where to go here. It looks slightly different on both screens. Well, let's just jump in and then we'll figure it out as we go. So let's take matte medium here. So let's substantial amount of matte medium to white. I'm going to take some of that previous color that was there, that yellow. Let's just go with it. So I would say, just out of curiosity, you know what, I'm going to add maybe a bit more matte medium. So now I'd say I've probably got 4:1 matte medium to white acrylic. Now that paint is drying really quickly. I do find matte medium, maybe it's just this particular brand. I think it's, is it golden? This might be the golden. I do find it seems to almost dry more quickly than other matte mediums I've used in the past. It's almost like it has the opposite of a slow dry chemical. So as I paint with it, I'm trying to bring downward strokes into the shape of the flower so that my brush strokes complement the form here rather than contradict it. can't believe how fast this is drying. Oh, man. It almost makes me think I could have used glazing fluid in lieu of matte medium in these types of very hot situations. Because this is something I've known for a long time, is that this matte medium seems to dry kind of quickly, but it makes this a little bit stressful, because it's like, man, I gotta do what I need to do very quickly so that I don't get little ridges built up all over the place. Like right there, man. Probably a smarter thing to have done, dealing with heat like this, which is causing the paint to dry so quickly, would have been almost to paint each flower petal like a different shape, so that rather than trying to paint all of this all at once like I have done, would it be to paint them individually, so that I'm more likely to be able to maintain kind of a handle on this. But you know, when you're painting for hours at a time, at least I sometimes get a little bit impatient, and I'm like, let's just do this. But you know, if this was one of my own paintings, I would probably be a little bit more careful. There's Goodman has entered the chat. Hello, Mr. Goodman. Haven't heard from you in a little while. I hope everything's going well. And my favorite little mouse has come back to say hello and to terrify me. Goodman says, and everything is going well. Thank you for asking. My pleasure. Okay. So now that I've got that initial layer of paint applied, just sort of asking myself, which direction do I want to go in next? Like, do I want to start lightening or darkening? Because I could add more white here. I think instead I'm going to go darker. So Goodman says, what about you, Mr. Michael? Things are going well. We're moving in about a month and a half to somewhere I haven't yet found a new place, so I'm gonna have to move studios. So in September there'll be an entirely different studio space here, which is both exciting and also a little bit stressful to have to think about moving all of these things, but I am kind of looking forward to using it as an opportunity to get rid of stuff. So because I built this studio not with the purpose of doing live streams and things, so I plan on doing more of these live streams for the foreseeable future, so I can kind of think about building this studio from scratch with that in mind, which is going to be, yeah, totally re-envision the space, basically. My hands are pretty dirty because I've been keep using my fingers to kind of smear little ridges as they come up. Let's just look at these side by side. So again, you know, that yellow coming through in places, personally, I love that. I really like that look. It sort of looks like, what do you call that? A milk wash, where it's, that which you sometimes do on furniture, and often it creates like really cool results, like just that real subtle, like it's an old way of finishing furniture. And okay, so anyway, let's go gray. So I'm just looking at these colors, like what color? I mean, it's obviously it's gray, but it's kind of like a yellowy gray. So let's do it. Should I use... I'm just debating, should it be a black glaze or a gray glaze? I think I'm going to start with a gray glaze and then get darker as needed. I put a bit too much white on here. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. That's a lot of black too, so. Oops, sorry. You can see a lot of glazing fluid going on to here. So I want to start quite subtly, or with subtle gradations, and then build up to something a little bit darker. So where should we start? I keep thinking about this area right there, but you know, that's very prominent. So I want to build up some courage elsewhere. Where's an area? Oh, and did I blow dry that? I don't know if I did. You know, before I do this, I want to make sure this is as bone dry as possible. Okay. So you can see how much nicer this painting all of a sudden seems now that that white appears there. It was kind of like, I don't know what's going on. And then now that we've kind of pushed that yellow back a little bit, all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, it's not bad at all. It's everything's coming together. And again, that's one of those things that happens with experience, right? It takes a little bit of time to be able to anticipate things like that when you're just starting. Like, it's hard to kind of be able just to look at a painting and when it's in its earlier stages, and to know that things are coming together and it's not a disaster or something. So obviously these are going to get darker as I go, but I'm just building up some layers, but also building up my own confidence here with this. This is a big area to cover, and especially with the way that the heat in the studio is behaving, it makes me a little bit anxious that I'll get some unwanted kind of ridges and things. So I just need to be a little bit patient. There's things like that where I did that and basically just wiped most of that paint right back off. That's okay. Again, I just have to wait for it to dry or blow dry it before I try to fiddle with it. So it's kind of satisfying seeing this happen, because it's like all of a sudden a little bit of dimension now starting to occur in the painting as this adds some kind of, this gray starts to give volume to the leaves, or petals, I mean. So really, I could just do this entire rest of the painting with glaze like this at this, well, I'd probably get a little bit darker progressively, But I could do most of it with the same glaze, and it would keep getting darker and darker to a certain point. Okay, so let's blow dry this. Tanya says, so cool to watch the process unfold. Yeah, it's fun to see it transform. I always think it's so wild that all of these just start out with a blank rectangle, and then over a few hours, or more than a few hours, they start to develop into something, right? It's very satisfying. So let's just continue. I'm going to use the same level of glaze again. I'm not going to darken it or lighten it in any way. Although, now that I say that, I might want to put more glazing fluid in here just to keep it wet, because that didn't go as planned. You know, I find painting so fascinating in that, like, it's always an extremely humbling experience. Like, every time that I feel like, I've got this, I'm a master at it. Boom, let's see what, I'll crank this one out, and the painting always just reminds me, like, yeah, you're not as smart as you think you are. Which, you know, makes me understand why some people don't want to paint. Like, why would I put myself through that? It just sounds terrible. Well, it's the possibility of success that And once you sort of get a couple things to work the way you want, it becomes extremely addictive. It's I'm sure similar reasons why an athlete, how they get out of bed every day. You know, it's like when you know there's the odds are generally against you. Let's say if you're an Olympic athlete, well, the likelihood that you're going to be the one that's going to be better than everybody else from all around the world in your chosen field is extremely low. And yet they'll get up every morning and go to the gym and lift weights and work out, and all in perhaps a misguided belief that they're the one who can do it. And as some of you know, I'm a sports fan, and I take a lot of inspiration from that. It's like, man, it's got to take a lot of, like, how do you motivate yourself to, like, I almost find it more interesting thinking about athletes on teams that are just terrible, like, that are at the bottom every year. How do you go to work every day knowing that, victory is extremely unlikely? I think part of it is because, what would happen if they were able to turn that whole team right around? That would be more satisfying than just joining a team that's already really good. And I mean, maybe not, I don't know. Not really. I was into sports when I was much younger, but I'm not going to win any sports awards anytime soon. Okay, that's coming along. I think this next one we're going to go just a little bit further here. Push it to kind of speed the process along. Okay, so let's take a bit more black. That's quite a lot more, actually, but just going to put more glazing fluid in there, just a little bit, just to keep it as fluid as possible. So as I go, I'm doing just smaller and smaller areas. There's a little something fell onto the picture. Rather than try to pick at it, I'm going to let it dry. Because the likelihood that I'll be able to pick at it and deal with that without, causing a weird smudge is low. Whereas if I just let it dry, it'll probably just flake right off. You may notice I started this here, this bit of darker glaze in a slightly different area. Because I kept starting in this area and not liking what was happening. So, you know what? It's like doing this same thing over and over and expecting different results is the definition of insanity, as they say. So, in an attempt to demonstrate my sanity to myself, hopefully to confirm that I'm still or that I am sane, I'm trying something a little bit different. Okay, blow dry that. Okay, so remember, I don't know if this little thing kind of fell down there, or probably came off my finger. Wipe it away, no problem. When the painting is dry, you can do stuff like that, no problem. Okay, let's get some more black. Couldn't resist doing that into that same area. I don't know what I was thinking. Hi, Sankeet. Nice to see you. It's been a while. Hope everything's well, my friend. Thanks for popping in to say hello. blow dry that. I need to darken that area for sure. Okay, I want to take a little bit of warm yellow and put this into this gray. Put a bit more black in there as well. More glazing fluid. Ah! I still want to darken right in there. more black on there. Wanting to make that darker. Let's do one more. Hopefully I can nail it one more time. So now I want to take a little bit of my warm or cool blue. That mouse. So I'm going to take a little bit of my warm blue, or cool blue, sorry, and put that into here to get a little bit of a slightly different color. Take a little bit more black. Let's put a bit more glazing fluid in here. Don't know if that's going to be too extreme. Maybe I should have just done it with the blue on its own. Let's see. So I'm going to do one more. I'm just going to mix a cool blue with okay, so let's I'm gonna take my cool blue, put this over here, take some of my black, glazing fluid. Glazing fluid in there. So this has kind of gone a little bit green, just because it's bringing out the green in my black. So I love the kind of the building up of these colors like this. It just gives the painting so much complexity. Because again, it's one of those things where you look at it, you're like, how did those colors, like what color is that? And that's the difference between like printing and painting. Is with printing, it all has to be kind of boiled down to a specific color, like a Pantone color, versus in painting we can have dozens of layers of color, each kind of doing something a little bit different, and then when it hits the human eye is perceiving them all simultaneously, and it just, I think it's really cool. Okay. I think I'm going. What should I do now? Should I do the white next? Yeah, let's do some white glazing. Goodman says, I think it's gray and dark green, almost the same. The light blue mix is a good mix. What's happening to the light? Not sure what I mean. What's the, the light in the studio? I don't know. It's the phantom of the studio, I think, is likes to play games, a little trickster. It's extremely hot. It's probably in the mid 70s Fahrenheit and high 20s in Celsius just in the studio here. Even though it's 9 p.m. outside, tends to kind of heat up over the course of the day. So I try not to ask too many questions of the phantom. Just let it do its thing. If we leave each other alone, then I survive to paint again. What have I done there? It's funny, that little mouse, I think, thinks it's so clever. I can hear it moving around in the sort of plastic along the ceiling here in the studio. Just drives me, makes me so grossed out. It's 7 a.m. My goodness, I hope you have just been waking up and not up all night long, Goodman. That's late or early, depending on the way you think about it. Oh, you woke up at 4:30 in the morning. Okay, well, hopefully that was after a good night's sleep. Okay, I should blow dry. I was about to do some more, but I'm just gonna blow dry this before I do anything crazy. Goodman says, sometimes I stay awake up to this time, and sometimes I wake up at this time. James says, good morning. This would be such a difficult challenge for me with all this blending. It is a little bit of a challenge. That's why, you know, this is maybe not something for a beginner painter to do, but I think if you practice some of the other episodes where we do a little bit of blending and build up some confidence there, it's all within reach. But it's, again, think about, like, it's not necessarily important that you do a perfect job on it. You can use a painting like this to practice, and if it turns out, great. If it doesn't, well, and there's always tomorrow. And after painting like this for hours, sometimes my eyes get a little crossed. Yikes. Which is what's happening here with this little detail. I'm like, I just can't see that. Okay, I think that's probably well, it would be nice to do a little bit more right there, so let's do that. Okay, I'm going to take some warm yellow, add this into my color. Because I don't want every highlight to necessarily be bright white. So I'm just going to come back over top of a few things with this yellowy white. That's nice. I like how that's just softening some of the intensity of that white all on its own. That's, yeah, it makes a huge difference. Wow. I'm going to keep little bits of it, but I think I kind of might overdid it just a little bit, so. Okay, now I think I gotta blow dry all of this here. Goodman says, take a rest like 2 breaks in your live stream. It's okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I also am perfectly happy continuing along. Sometimes I find if I take a break, it's hard to get back up and going again. So I've always been kind of like this up to whenever I've been painting, just power through it and get it done. Okay, just gonna let this clean my blending brush. It was getting too sticky. Goodman says, I understand you sometimes when you take breaks, we lose the harmony of the painting. Yeah, a bit of like, for me, working on a painting is like being in a particular kind of headspace, mental space, and like a particular, zone. that appear darker? Is that just a ridge? Okay, I'm going to take a good amount of cool yellow, mix that in. So cool yellow and white. What is that? brush stroke at a time. So let's blow dry this. Oh, thank you, Goodman. That's so sweet of you to say. This painting looks beautiful. I appreciate that, my friend. So we're getting close to the finish line here. Basically, the last things I want to do is put some darker areas, do a little bit of line work, and of course the very interior of the flower. But the majority of the hardest work is done, so now we're just doing the finishing touches, and I'm pretty happy with the way things are at the moment. So knock on wood, let's keep it that way. Okay, so there's the original. There's my version. You can see obviously these little details in here that need to be done. So I think I'm going to go back to I have my cool blue and black. I like that color as a kind of outlining color. I'll just take a little bit of more cool blue. This is kind of electric. You can see like when I mix it together it becomes kind of greenish, and that's because of the yellow that exists in the black as I've made it. But I don't mind. It works pretty well with what we've got going on so far. So I added, you know, if I didn't put glazing fluid in this, it could be just a little bit too strong. And also that glazing fluid just gives me an extra little couple seconds to soften these marks. Let's maybe zoom in now. That'll need to get even darker. This is very satisfying, just putting these lines. These are quite subtle in the scheme of things. So, you know, even like an area like this, I actually want to lighten, I want to be a bit, not quite as dark, so. Occur when did I smear that line in there? So I'm probably going to eliminate a few lines as I do this. You know, her painting is obviously much larger than mine, and so having, you know, you can fit all those little lines in there, no problem. Mine, because it's so much smaller, all those lines could make it really busy, especially in the interior of the flower here. So I'm just using this brush, just it softens the edges so it's not, doesn't appear like I'm doing like big bold outlining. And so what that does is it really amps up the contrast between the light and the dark, because now those dark lines against the right next to some lighter ones, they really pop. So that line there might be a little bit too bold. Yeah, I was going to touch that, let's just leave it and let it dry, and we'll catch it in a little bit here. Should I do that line? Yeah, let's do it. I was going to kind of leave it blank, but now it feels a little empty. Got to be careful about overdoing this here, because as nice as it can be, if I go too far, it'll just look extremely graphic, which is not necessarily bad, but there's some kind of nice subtleties where color just sort of fade into one another, and I want to make sure I preserve that. Okay, so like a few areas where there isn't any outlining at all. I want to do the, what is it, the Pistils, is that what it's called? What color should those be? That looks like a purple. I wonder if I got any purple left. Doesn't look like it. So, let's clean. Goodman says, the last touches are always fun and important. It's the final shape of the painting. Yeah, it helps kind of bring it all into focus. So, let's take our cool red. Where should we do? Let's do this right here. Cool red and warm blue. Yeah, this paint's been on the palette here for 6 hours already, just waiting, slowly drying away. So that's beautiful. Oops, that's a beautiful purple, but it's probably way too intense. So I'm going to take a bit of warm yellow, bring that in here, which is just going to make it almost like a purpley brown, which sounds, you know, not desirable, but it's going to look purple enough, a contrast to whatever's already here. So while it might not have that beautiful pop color that that original mixture might have, I think, if anything, I look at it and I still think, man, I think it could probably be toned down even further. But let's see. I'm going to put some glazing fluid in here. That's just going to make it a little bit more fluid, because it's kind of dry, that paint. You know, it's been sitting there for so long. It might mean I have to paint this little thing a couple of times. You know what? I'm going to blow dry this, because let's say I do make a mistake and I have to kind of wipe something away. If that happens, I'll wipe away all this work I've just done. Whereas if I blow dry it now and I make a mistake, I can just wipe it away and I won't disturb what's already there. So it's a good idea is to, you know, do that. Okay, let's bring these back together. So I'm just kind of making this up a little bit because I can't see those lines. They've long been covered up. It needs to be a bit pointier, hey? They're a little bit on the magenta side. And honestly, they could be a little bit lighter. They're pretty bold like that. I think ideally they should have been a little bit more blue. So I'm going to take a bit of white and this purple. I'm going to take a bit of my warm blue, mix this into the mixture. Those look, I mean, they're a little bit too bold. So I think I'm gonna blow dry that, and then I'm gonna come back and just mute them with a little bit of white back over top of it, because they're really sticking out, and it makes me feel like, well, now all these other lines need to get darker to match, and I don't want to do that. Okay, so again, let's take some of this white, mix it in here. Oops, I keep... That's better. I think I still need to lighten a little bit more. So let's blow dry that. I'm going to take that color and just put it right in the center here. It might still be a little bit too dark. I'm going to come back to my green here. I need to kind of bring this, redo the So I needed to strengthen those lines there, otherwise I just weren't bold enough. That or continue to lighten those guys down. I feel like, you know, one of the things you look at right here is some really intense white, and I think I want to do that as well. Actually, you know what? While I've got this paint on my brush, there's a few little areas that I want to do. Ah, Asanul says, just woke up and got into your stream. Ah, it looks so beautiful. Wow, thank you, my friend. That's so cool that I'm one of the first things that you see upon waking. I hope you had a good sleep and feel rejuvenated and ready to tackle the day and do great things. If that black was necessarily the best idea. So it's one of those things, now that I put this kind of black almost right there, it, it makes that part work, but it also kind of makes other areas look maybe a little bit weaker. Makes them feel like they're not quite dark enough. So I feel like I need to go back . Just fortify a few little places here. Just try to be ever so subtle. Okay, I think I have to walk away. My eyes are getting too crossed. I can't see, so that's usually a good sign. Okay. Barbara says I'm going to finish my painting today. Yay! I can't wait to see it, Barbara. So, well, we have reached the end of the episode. I think there's still little things I could do, but I think I've done plenty enough, and I'm happy enough to be able to walk away. So, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. About 40 to 60% of the people who watch these episodes are not subscribers. So if you found any of this interesting, useful, please just hit the subscribe button, and to find out when new episodes are taking place, hit the notification bell. It really, really helps out the algorithm so more people see the channel, and that's just a free way to help. But if you want to support the channel with a small donation, consider leaving a donation through PayPal, as little as $1, $5, the price of a cup of coffee, $20. Yeah, I just spent $1,000 replacing this camera. So, because after last week's episode, it conked out on me. So, if you want to help ease the burden of that, I'd be eternally grateful. You can send an e-transfer by email or a check in the mail. You can get my email address on my website as well as on the Facebook group. And if you haven't joined the Facebook group, you should do that, because later this week, maybe on Thursday, we're going to be doing our next bonus feedback episodes. Anything on the Facebook, I'm happy to talk about it, send kudos, congratulations, and give some tips on perhaps how to improve your work. So, let's look at these side by side. Asnil says, oh my god, so pretty. Well, how do they look next to one another? Okay. So, oh yeah, I was gonna maybe lighten that. You know what? It might be okay like that. I don't know. Maybe now that I see it, I think maybe it could benefit from just a little bit more white there. So let's just take a bit more white. And just try to strengthen these highlights here. Because that's an area of where there's a big reflection happening there. That helps for sure. I'm gonna blow dry that again. Okay, I think that's good. So, Goodman says it's cool. The background is different. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more punchy. You know, her painting was cropped pretty close, and so a lot of the stuff on the edges isn't there. So I kind of had to make up a little bit of the background, and obviously I really like bright colors, so I've kind of maybe overemphasized them a little bit. They're a little bit more strong and intense than the original, but I don't mind that at all. I think that's totally fine. Okay, so why don't let's zoom in on a few places here and just kind of walk around the painting and see how it all turned out. Okay. So once again, the original painting I think was cropped right about there and there. So a lot of the stuff on the edges wasn't there, so I've kind of made up a few things. I'm not sure how something about that bugs me. I feel like I should have done a curve on the other side for that vein, but you know, it is what it is. I obviously made up some of this stuff down here. I don't mind how that turned out. Yeah, I think that's okay. You know, there's a little bit more of a gradation could have happened in there. That's a little bit more of a slope. So there's obviously these distinctions. I like this, the brown with that little bit of white and purple over top. It's a really nice combination, brown and purple. Because they're colors that are adjacent to one another, and yet they're completely, well, the brown is almost completely the opposite of that green, so that really those color contrasts really make the painting pop. So again, I'm happy with the way that leaf is a little bit warmer than the cool leaf in behind. I think that helps push it forward, which in turn helps push the flower, the flower petals in front even further forward. You know, I really like the layering of colors in the petals here. I think they probably could have just been a little bit more blue. You know, it's one of those things I was like, it's hard to kind of see. You know, you know, once the painting's done, you're like, oh yeah, it's clearly kind of like a bluey green gray. But it's another thing to try to do it and to get it. Let's go across there. You know, you can see the texture of the canvas coming through, which I don't mind. Oddly enough, it kind of looks like the pixelation of the photograph on the left there. Let's come back here. Let's go there. Obviously, again, the reason why this is different than the original is I photoshopped this thing in, and that's why it looks kind of odd and strange, and I just decided to leave it. Maybe one of the more glaring differences is this shadow on the side of the leaf that I didn't paint. But again, I think that might be where the edge of the original was. So that might be some of my Photoshop wizardry going on there. I can't quite tell. And then if we scroll down here, this is one of, you know, in her painting, this is one of my favorite little parts. I'm not sure if I kind of got it all there. This could have been a little wider. And then, of course, the bottom of the flower, that's really nice. The contrast of that orange with the purples and greens is gorgeous. I think that's really one of the most essential parts of this painting. Had she not included those oranges and yellows, I think this painting would look pretty dull and flat. And so that is, I think, really one of the secrets to her painting, is nailing those. And obviously my version here is a little bit different, because when I was painting it, you know, I kind of wasn't really looking so closely, and so it's turned out a bit differently, but I don't mind how that looks. And then the interior here of the flower, I think that turned out fine. Like, I probably could have had these little purple guys a little bit more subdued, a bit more transparent when I originally painted them, but I think that's fine. If anything, well, I was gonna say I could go a little bit more yellow. There's places where it could be a little bit more intensely yellow than what I've got there, but I think that's okay. Like, I could have glazed a little bit of yellow in some of those areas. But then I didn't want to have to go back and darken over top. And I'm like, you know what, I'm already hours and hours into this. I think that's fine. Okay. So, let's look at them side by side one last time before we sign off for the night. Yeah, I can live with that. That's a really cool painting. Her painting, that's just such a gorgeous thing. What an incredible artist she was. My God. Okay. Well, thank you to all of those of you who kept me company over these many hours here as I worked away. It's always nice to have some friends join the chat. So thank you, everyone. Have yourselves a wonderful evening or morning, those of you who are just waking up on the other side of the world. As I always say, the more people who are painting, drawing, singing, dancing, the more joy and laughter we'd have in this world, the more positive outlets people would have for their emotions. And boy, oh boy, do we need a little bit more positivity in this world. So thank you for doing your part to help bring art to your community and to help make the world a better place for my daughter. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you again very soon. Thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Bye-bye. Woo! We made it.